Yeah, exactly, Bob. Yeah, as a dev, like RAM is the most important resource for us too. Like compilation times are actually, like CPU speed and compilation time is negligible, but the amount of RAM for just doing like everyday tasks, so essential. Yeah, there you go, Mr. Demon Wolf. Yeah, that sounds like a solid idea. Yeah, so Mr. Demon Wolf, the company I used to work at, Fresh Consulting, when you get hired on, you were given a $3,000 budget to build out, your dev setup, for stuff in the office. So, yeah, I got the MacBook Pro, got it with the GPU, maxed out the RAM, maxed out like basically not drive because like hard drive you can always like get an external for a better price point, but you got to get like at least one bump up from baseline. And then I had enough left over for I think a keyboard and like a stand for the MacBook and like a nice um, uh, Asus monitor because I'm a big fan of the Asus ProArt or whatever monitors. But okay, so we should be live on YouTube and Twitter. All right, our plan for the day. Let me just recap what our today command is here on Twitch. We continue the MCP stuff. That is the number one thing we're doing. Theoretically, the MCP server part of the API is done, and we can start working on the dashboard and MCP workers setup, right? Because we're going to be doing like a proxy MCP worker setup that you're going to communicate to that does a hop to our API. It just, based upon discussion with the clanker, it made sense. From there, we also need to keep trucking on the TurboStream fixes for like the memory leak and stability stuff. And then we probably also, maybe if we have time, want to start fiddling with A2UI. It's like an MCP apps competitor. I want to see if there's like, we'll do just the smallest bit of research into whether there are plugins for OpenCode and Pi, and if there aren't, it might be fun to mess with that a bit. You know? Why not? So yeah, that's our plan for the day. That's what we're doing. And yeah, we can get to it. Let me just switch some stuff here. I've also got Ox Alpha running for Gitbench. Preliminary results for Ox Alpha. Oof. All right, well, the JSON stuff is failing. We'll have to figure that part out. Interesting. So yeah, the structured output seems to be failing 100%. I wonder if I'm rate limited. But at least for the text output, we saw on the low effort, like a 91%, on the high effort, like a 93%, and I was seeing something like 95% with max effort for Ox Alpha, which is pretty solid. And there are only those three effort levels, which I found interesting. But let's get more music going. Let's start with some crunch. All right, Twitter and YouTube stuff is going. All right, so 3D Factor. You're saying like the MCP that we're building towards MCP 2.0, and it's technically not 2.0. It's like because they do like a dated version because it's still like pre 1.0. But we're doing it towards like the latest revision of the spec for sure. So we're not having to do like the DCR. We're not having to do the whole stateful bullshit. And I figure by the time we get our MCP like fully released and out there, most clients should have caught up by now. And then, hold on, Mr. Demon Wolf. Time to set up the MacBook Air. You're shocked that I'm not like a kid who just bought a new tool. You'd be setting the MacBook Air up ASAP. Yeah, I don't know. I'm good on it. I just didn't want it like sitting at the P.O. box. And yeah, I'll probably fiddle with it tonight. You know, that might be some fun stuff we do on gaming stream. But yeah, hold on. I could even stream off it, which is wild. No. Just no. Like, I could do it as an input source, but as far as, like, running OBS on it, that's a terrible fucking idea. Didn't we go over this yesterday or the day before? OBS is built for Windows. The best streaming experience you're gonna get is Windows, as far as, like, your stream PC goes. Right? Like, the Linux build uses a full, like, Chrome instance for every browser source. That's too much. I'd have to double check what the Mac version does. But Windows is heavily optimized. And yeah, maybe you weren't here during that discussion. There we go. All right, so gotta switch the input here. Yeah, like the core devs use Windows to develop it. So yeah, like OBS, it's just a better experience on Windows. You know? It's not a big deal. I haven't used the reset yet. Oh, I see. Yeah, they reset the weekly. Yeah, awesome. I didn't notice. Yeah, good call. They totally reset the weekly. Yep. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I think the 5-hour back is an issue. I'm not a fan of the 5-hour limit. Oh. So for Plus? Interesting. All right, so yeah, let's do one thing real quick. I want to do a quick Google for OpenCode A2 UI. I didn't want to download it. Okay, so open code Gen UI plugin. Interesting. So it's not in their ecosystem. Okay. So there is a plugin for it. $20838. Is that the same one? No. All right, so that one was closed as not planned. This one is also closed as not planned. Okay, so then what about pi? So ADIA or ADIA. So yeah, the thing we're looking at here is I just wanted to see if there is some way of running like A2 UI stuff in a CLI tool, because that seems interesting. Okay, so this one. Yeah, so it seems like this is still pretty obscure and pretty early. So yeah, getting A2 UI stuff into a terminal tool would be a significant lift. Now, what is ADIA AI? Oh, it is ADIA Health. Oh, so it looks like they've even abandoned this too. Just not worth their effort. Yeah, all right. So A2 UI could be dead in the water. Or maybe it just needs more people pushing for it. So yeah, okay. That thing's kicking, doing its thing. This thing. Oh. All right. Soul's going to kick that off. Looks like we do have an update that we might want to install here in a minute, but we can wait on that. So it's going to create a whole new proposal, design, and spec. I think I'm okay with that. So we'll wait to kick off the dashboard changes and the MCP worker changes, but those are going to be like the next big step. So then for this, yeah, we've got Soul taking on that one. And James, December 11th. What's on December 11th? PoE 2 full release. Oh, that's right. They're doing a bunch of like announcements at Gamescom. Yep. Yeah, you got any other recaps for me? Like, what are they doing for like the 5.5 or 5.6? We're getting swords. Is that for like the next release, or is that for like the 1.0? Ah, 1.0. Because, yeah, I mean, there was talk that they're going to do another league and then roll that league back into, like, the 0.5 one right now. But at least, like, they'll start it out with some new stuff and, you know, give people a reason to, like, you know, have a fresh economy and rush that. Yeah, yeah. A lot of people are saying that they'll definitely do, like, a new season. But it's not going to be, like, a full season. It'll be one where, like, the season runs and then when it's done, it rolls back into the one that we're in right now. But it would still give me a good reason to, like, try out, you know, another build that I haven't done yet. Kind of want to do, like, a Gemling Legionnaire. You're just keen to finish the story? Yeah, right? Like, you know, there's the whole, like, going to Oriath or Oriath or whatever, and then it just, like, ends. They'll introduce new uniques for mid-game and potentially an ascendancy. It's supposed to be a pre-1.0 balancing feedback run. Ah. Yeah, exactly, James. I think the Prelude was a good fix, and the endgame changes are so much better now. Like, there's actually, like, a goal to navigate to, at least for, like, a major portion of the end game. I think they did a great job on this last patch, for sure. But yeah, how's it going there? Program Eric? How you doing? Yeah, welcome to stream. Have I seen what they had to suffer with from NVIDIA? No. Is it Is it something where like there's gonna be memes of you know, like Linus Torvalds doing like the middle finger to Nvidia, and then people just paste like the the dev guy with glasses over it? If someone wants to steal that meme, go for it. A video about shader compilation issues? Oh, dude, the shader compilation was fucking me. Yeah, like really bad. I had to revert to I think I was using Vulkan. I had to go back to DirectX or something like that. Oh, really? Yeah, sounds like typical Nvidia stuff. Not to say there's anything wrong with Nvidia. I would love to be a DevRel for them. Wink. Okay, so hold on. I just saw Skeptrune or Nick Kami just joined a company called Morph. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. That sounds like a good bid. Interesting. All right. Let's double check where these things are at. All right, so what are the next steps for that? And then double checking on this, needs approval. Oop. We need to update, and hopefully it fixes this bug here. All right, so let's get this deployed up. All right, so the main gist is, yeah, we are seeing a spikes of way lower throughput. All right, we're seeing way less transport and delivery uptime. And our source lag is fucking insane. And what's up, JLem? Yep, all the OAuth stuff. Yeah, this looks good to me. We're going to stage all, and we're going to create a commit, and this is going to be feat add full MCP OAuth kill switch. We're going to push that up to that branch. And then from here, we can restart. And yeah, what's up, JLam? How you doing? Let's get more music going. Should we stick with the crunch? I kind of want some crunch. Yes, this song's good. We got some more that we'll check out too. All right. Features in 0.91. UI stuff in your backlog? Hell yeah. All right, so yeah, we want to go to GitHub here, but hold on. Let's double check. We pushed that up. Yeah, so we want to check two things on GitHub. All right, so general kill fixes are in. All right, so CI seems like that worked. So I do need to do one thing here. Right, so I'm not showing that anymore, so we can click back here. What? I don't know, that seems vaguely trolly. I would say maybe explain yourself? Or don't? But yeah, account created March 8th. Pretty questionable. Oh. Let's do this. Am I using search agents in Messijo? No. Nah, search is too slow. Right? We'd get rate limited, we'd get banned. So instead we do, like we listen to the Blue Sky Fire Hose. We use Algoria's Hacker News indexing, and we have to do long polling, or not long polling, but just polling on lobsters. But search wouldn't scale. Right? As we get more users, the amount of instances we'd have to have running search, like rate limiting, would be awful, right? Whereas instead, if we can poll on a good basis, then we're good to go. Raymond, are you saying in Get Kraken desktop? Yeah, that's not bad feedback. Yeah, let me just provide that real quick. make sure I type this right. +/- per file in each row in commit sidebar. Want to see a summary of lines added, removed in the top there. There we go. Yeah, pass that on. Thanks, Raymond. Yeah, no worries. It's that easy. All right, and then real quick. Yeah, we gave Varley a chance to explain themselves. I think they're just a troll, so we can just ban them. It's that easy. All right, so as far as heuristics go, their account was made in March. They weren't following the channel. It's been like a month, over a month since they chatted. And their first message back is something vaguely trolly. Pretty easy ban. So yeah, as far as like bans like that go, there were a bunch of things that could have been done different, and it wouldn't have been an actual ban. Bare minimum, an apology, or at least some kind of explanation on how that wasn't so trolly. But, yep, that's how that works. So, later, Varley. All right, so they want us to leave it running until we've caught up. And JLem, what's the custom stream paradigm mode? All right, so then, yeah, let's make sure we're kicking this stuff off in Kepler. Image link here is fine. So the word is remove. That's a solid one. I do think we're going to have to delete an existing one. Sure. All right, so let's go back. Let's start early. The next is awesome one. I'd say we could replace the Cypress one. All right, that should be live in just a minute. Okay, so all right, so gonna kick that one off. All right, so yeah, this is doing some discovery around the turbo stream and why our performance is dropping so heavily. Like, we're just not maintaining consistent throughput. And that's a huge problem. I feel like stability is our main problem. Looks like the latest fix for Kepler fixed the scroll issue that we had on the side, which is nice. Okay, so did this work? Yep. Nice and easy. Flavio, that tool is called Kepler. And it's pretty awesome. No, we're skipping that song. Thank you. All right, so one thing we can evaluate is over here in GitHub. It's not going to be there. This is going to be the Messijo API. Nice. I mean, Flavio, check out Kepler. It's currently free. Yeah, thank you. And that goes for everyone else out there. And also, please use the link right here in chat. Seeing those numbers go up would be beneficial for me at work. That is so many config values. Yikes. I'm not sure this auth principle belongs in Messijo Web. Yeah, I feel like this is all fairly self-contained. We'll let build and test finish. Oh, looks like it already worked on the push. Yeah, we'll let it finish. All right, so here we go. Let's look at this a little deeper. All right, so we're going to create this new proposal for the turbo stream here. You had another good day at work? Hell yeah, Kenny. It is 87 degrees in this room here in Washington, so it could be a better day for me at work. But it could be worse too. Free sauna? Well, I'm not in Atlanta, so the humidity here is only 32%. Okay, so hold on. Let me double check on something. I just reran benchmarks for Ox. Oh, so here's something interesting. Ox Alpha does not do structured output. Huh. Yeah, so Ox Alpha doesn't do structured output. I find that interesting. Huh. Let me just scroll down and look at some more. Yeah. Let me screenshot this. All right, so I'll at least tweet that. Oh. Yeah, so Ox Alpha doesn't do structured output. I just ran it through Gitbench, and I find that interesting. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna do this. We're just gonna merge. And then let me just commit this up. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, at least through Open Router, it didn't do any. It has a 0% across every effort level. Don't worry, I'm getting it uploaded to GitBench like ASAP. Yeah, I find that very interesting. Okay. Let me just see. I think I have a script here I need to run. Sync model catalog. Uh, let me get more music going real quick. Let's try a new album. Damn, this is already sounding dope. All right, so yeah, that'll upload in just a sec. Should be live here any minute now. And hold on, let me just double check over in here. Ah, shit. All right, so still building. Cool. Just want to double check on that. All right, so then, yeah, let's double check some of this. We created the proposal. We will do a new thing here. Codex. Apply a change. So this is going to add some more telemetry for the TurboStream stuff. We did just merge. Let's see. Build. That was a while ago. Looks like build and deploy staging. Interesting. So the build and deploy staging step is not kicking off. Oh, maybe build and test needs to finish first. I think that's the case. I still feel like it should be queued, but that's probably fine. Okay, so hold up. Here we go. Yeah, cool, troll. Fuck off. Account created 1 minute ago. Yeah, what a dickhead. And we can obviously know they're a dickhead because I have all of my VODs from the past, like, month and a half. How many of those are boost streams? Right? Yeah. So, nah, just a dickhead. So, yeah, what we can see is that the average is 93%. But it's not beating the 94. But as far as Ox Alpha goes, we look at the quadrant comparison, Oxalpha does get third place as far as like the top 6 for cost versus intelligence. Well, that's interesting. What is the cost? Yeah, Oxalpha's 0. So like I would hope that it's up in there. So that's a bad metric about token usage. All right, so then token usage, not there. We do see it basically picks the best performing one from each model. So yeah, high is the best like token usage to pass rate ratio for Oxalpha. For API time, the low effort wasn't terrible, but doesn't compare to Inkling Small. Dude, Inkling Small is a solid model. As long as you give it a little bit of reasoning. If you give it no reasoning, it does really bad. And you know what? It would be really easy to fix our moderation settings. Like, just have, like, a minimum age for accounts. Because brand new accounts, how often are they actually good? It's not a bad idea. Okay, so some of this stuff's a little too dancey. That first song was good. This one, I'm not so sure about. So there isn't like a bare minimum account age. Hmm. That's what I wanted. All right, cool. I think that should help a little bit. Thing is, they are validating their email, which is interesting. But I guess email validation is not really that tricky. Yeah, I think that should do it. Yeah, we could add the phone verification for a thing. So people without a verified phone number, account has to be 6 months old. At least adds the effort. All right, so back to it. Wait, did I hit my 5-hour limit already? Jesus. Dude, the 5-hour limit is bullshit, man. What the fuck? Yeah, they just want you to buy the $100 tier, right? Yeah, it's bullshit. Well, all right. Let me double check what agents we can do. Have we installed Augie? I think we have, right? Oop. Wrong thing. Oh. Hmm. Well, at least they let it finish. Yeah, dude, that was so fast. Ugh. Yeah, I hate the fact that they added the 5 hour window back. And that's why they did the reset today, isn't it? Hold on, let me double check one more thing. All right. So yeah, let me double check one thing on DeepSuite. Yeah, so we could switch to DeepSeek V4 Pro. All right, I assume they still don't have GLM 5.3 on Olama. Be a whole lot cooler if they did, though. Nope. Yeah, so they have they just not released like has GLM 5.3 not released the weights yet? Cuz that seems like it. Yeah, all right. So this album's a little too dancey for me. Let's try this one. All right. So then open code. We got too much junk in here, but we could try alpha free. Yeah, so our source lag just doesn't catch up. All right, so yeah, Ox Alpha churning along. Thank you, Open Code. You probably end up getting rate limited by it. Let's do another thing here real quick. Oh, and actually, hold on. So it looks to me like we would be able to use Kimmy K3 again in Open Code. And we could do that with our Olama subscription still. Dude, we've got full usage left of that. Resets in 1 hour. Yeah, let's get Kimmy turning on that. All right, so then back to the list here. All right, this third time's a charm. Why am I not seeing terminal access anymore? Yep, Granix, someone redeemed points for it. Thanks for the sub, Granick. All right, so what we want to do... God, I find it really annoying that I can't get to the terminal after this has been closed. But if we did merge that in, then it should be something that we can pull down over here. And what up, Brainless? How you doing? That's such a good emote. So hold on, let's look at this. Ugh. Yeah, that's a bummer, Brainless. All right, so we just pulled that in, and there should be a docs file now. Yeah, so over here in the docs, we've got some handoff stuff. So there's the OAuth producer. Yeah, I think these two handoffs are the ones that we want. I gotta pee. We'll do that in a sec. Check this. Yeah. I'm not seeing the proper handoff. First sick day since you started with your current company. You'll take 2 days to try to recover. Feels weird though. Makes sense. Yeah, like you got to be healthy. Let's make sure we got the right model here. We need to get rid of the open router stuff there. I need to pass that as feedback for Kepler. All right, so yeah, model selector could be better. OpenCode Go does have GLM 5.3? Sure. That'll work for me. Oh, that already leans towards Ox Alpha being a GLM model? Just the effort level selector? Basically confirmed. I mean, the confirmation was that it's the same tokenizer, and I'm not sure tokenizers are that much of a fingerprint. But yeah, so that makes sense. But yeah, okay. So we go back to here, OpenSpec Explore. All right, so now I'm curious, how much is this going to burn the Open Code Go usage? Oh, resets in 2 days. Shit. Wait, how am I not being rate limited? Huh. Well, okay. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth unless I picked the wrong model or something. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry, I had to go pee. Okay, so All right, so then number 4, interesting that it's letting us do that. Oh. It Yeah. Yeah, right? Or this is further solidifying that GLM, or that technically ZAI, is the thing. It's doing low effort, though. I could have sworn we switched that. Because it may be too much effort for them to figure out the difference between like Ox Alpha and GLM at like the ZAI level with like the maybe like the private connection they've established. So maybe all GLM is just free on OpenCode Go. I don't know. That sounds interesting to me. But okay, so JLem, are you out there still? He had a question about linear support. So let me just double check this. Linear agent? Oh, I haven't seen that before. Okay, so I think I know what JLem's issue might be. Transport Fever 3 will release in a month. I've never played any of the Transport Fever games. Are they good? Gotcha. Well, somehow we regressed on that, which is getting really annoying. Okay, cool. Okay, so then git status, git add docs. All right, so then for the MCP repo, right? So it should be a Hono-based project hosted on Cloudflare workers. We should use npm. All right, so this aux alpha one. Dude, the aux alpha one's just trucking along. Kind of cool. Man, that is really tiny. Let's see how much GLM53 they'll let me use before they cut me off. All right, so here we go. Aha, so we fixed it for JLM. He wasn't assigning himself. Got it. Let's pour some more Owada, and let's keep working. Um, what album should we get going next, right? Like, let's do some more crunch. This one's pretty crunchy. All right. So this is the Hono MCP server handoff. What's up, Sim Man? How you doing? I'm doing good, just chilling. Where is this? All right, so that's in the AI repo. Guanaco, that is Kepler. Definitely worth checking out. All right, so the stack sketch. Right, PNPM, Hono, right? MCP SDK, right? Jose, Wrangler, vtest, Cloudflare, vtest pool workers, TypeScript, and strict. Yep. So yeah, we reply with that. We'll let that resolve. We got... Oh, this one's waiting. Oh, come on. All right, so then back to the dashboard. Damn, this one's still churning along, huh? And yeah, no worries, Guanaco. Yeah. If you have any feedback, let me know. So yeah, we see these things kicking off. We've got a few of these that need us. Yeah, so this is kind of nice. All right, we can see sub-agents kicking off. Dude, this one for the turbo stream is going super deep. Like Ox Alpha. Putting in work, man. All right, so then all right, so then this is Shore add telemetry for backlog throughput. All right, so we get that pushed up to main. That one we just sit on for a minute. All right, so then this is for the OAuth dashboard stuff. I think that part's fine. All right, so yeah, they're just validating what we already have there. Okay, so we want to copy those again, but where do they go? Apps, dashboard, docs. Okay, so open questions. One, oh, Right, so we want to handwrite that for now. The main gist is that our SDK is built for like API keys, not what we're talking about right now. Right, so we did that part, we did that part. Consent page as a standalone minimal page. I feel like we want to do the auth layout. All right, so then Hono here. Here we can do this, open code, make sure we're on the right model. We should probably just give these things like full tool access because this is being a bit much. But I guess here's the next thing. Let's double check on the Jetstream Turbo because I think we just deployed something out, right? Oh. Yeah, I'm okay with that Clippy error right now. We do need to fix it eventually. But we deployed that out. 1EF7, thank you for the follow. Release is deployed. Yeah, so I think GLM 5.3 is secretly free on Open Code Go right now. Nobody tell them. All right, so we've currently got the web, the MCP, and Jetstream Turbo trucking along. Whoa, Prime's going right now? That's rare. I was wondering where everyone went. All right, so yeah, while that runs, I am so... I'm so curious if they know. I doubt they know that the 5.3 isn't being billed properly. Or they just took it as an acceptable loss because whatever, right? I think it absolutely has something to do with the Ox Alpha thing. And technically, this one is Ox Alpha, right? Yeah. Okay, so then from here, I do need to edit a thing.
What does it do? What's it for? Nothing.
I don't really have a favorite right now. As far as value, nothing beats DeepSeek so far. We're getting, I think, a bunch of like free tokens out of GLM 5.3, which is kind of nice. Ox Alpha did some really good work in like a longer horizon task, which was kind of cool. DeepSeek Flash and DeepSeek Pro have both been modified within the past month. DeepSeek Flash is incredible value. DeepSeek Pro is also pretty damn good. Like, you know, better than GLM 5.2. GLM 5.3 seems pretty good so far. Now, I'm not sure how much it's going to, like, bill us. Like, eventually. All right, so we just deployed and restarted our hydration process. We do actually see that source lag going down by an amount. It does look like we're already getting like a higher throughput. It's not reducing the source lag nearly as much as I would like, but it does seem to be going down. And what's up, Caffeine? How you doing? Saw you over in Teja's chat yesterday. I was lurking there after my stream. What was he working on yesterday? I didn't lurk very hard. Like, I didn't pay attention or anything. I do feel like he's improved his setup lately, though. Right? Like his camera and the green screen and stuff like that. I thought that was nice. That's right, building his own language. What was the thing he was implementing into it yesterday? It was like a very specific thing. And I spaced on it. Yeah, the title is what drew me in, actually. All right, let's look at where we're stalled with these. Allow. Allow. Oh. All right, let's look at them in the graph. These are getting deep now. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Any fun plans for the day? Anything like that? It's a hot one today, so I just grabbed a thing of sushi. It's still 87.9 degrees in this room. I am going to consume some more caffeine, though. And, ooh, I am running out of tea. All right, so while we're waiting for some of these agents... One of them looks like it's resolved. That one's still ticking. So yeah, one of them needs our input. Ah, okay. So yeah, let's kick off this one. Ah, shit, wrong one. Didn't want codecs. We wanted open code. And make sure we're on the right model, which it should be. Nope, never mind. We got to select it every time. It's kind of annoying. We got to get the open router models out of here. Or, like, figure out a better way to filter. All right, so this one is still capturing a bunch of the, like, recovery baseline values. This right here is still not going down at a rate that I would like. Yeah, the permission needed thing is a bit spammy. You're totally right. I feel like there's something I should be able to do, like agent-wise. I'm wondering if that's open code asking me, or if it would be... Like, I think it's an open code problem. And I think open code just isn't understanding what directory we're in, so it thinks every action is happening outside of its sandbox. So I'm pretty sure that's an open code issue, because we haven't had a problem like that with codecs for a while. I really wish we could get Pi into Kepler. Okay, so now... Yeah, we do need to restart this. That's going to mess with our ability to catch back up again. I do need to do this then. All right, so we restart the Jetstream Turbo. And yeah, I already passed feedback that we need some kind of search for our model list. Yeah, exactly, Lizzie. Yeah. Yeah, that would be a nice feature. I mean, technically they are grouped by like the prefix in the name, right? So OpenAI, OLlama, Minimax. But having that be like expandable, collapsible would be cool. Like some kind of heuristic of like, well, how many are in the list, right? And then figuring that part out. Yeah, that would be a good fix, I think. Um, so now, yeah, right? We should stick with crunchy albums, yeah? Just did those two. I think this one is crunchy enough. Let me close a bunch of the tabs we got open over there. Okay. GPacked codes. Hell yeah, Brainless. Yeah, no worries. Needed a linked account for the Transport Fever 3 development. Okay, makes sense. And yeah, man, these sessions are getting deep. Yeah, exactly. And if you want to check it out and give us feedback, boom, right there in Kepler. Right, so we can clean these up too. Like this one, open session. Right, so then cleaning that up, pretty easy. Boom. All right, so yeah, that cleans up the view a bit. So yeah, now we got these kind of like churning along. Now, 1 second. My nephew's in town. Yeah, what is some of the best food here in Seattle? All right, so yeah, nephew's in town. Haven't seen him for easily 15 years. I think even longer. It's probably about 15. Ooh, looks like. Yeah, let's allow that. There you go. I can see that. Maybe that's like the album name, right? And then every song's about like how they're trying to be the cool uncle. And maybe that's the name of the group, the Cool Uncles. Or hold on, wait, let's Gen Zify it. Best Unks. Ooh, UWA. Unks with appetizers? I don't know. What would the A stand for? Not attitude. Yeah. We can think of a better A for the UWA. And what's up, Mr. Shotless? How you doing? I feel like it's been a while. What you been up to? Oh, it's only been 8 months. No big deal. Work, and more work. Yep. Sounds about right. My playlist on SoundCloud? I think you mean on Bandcamp. Unless you're talking about my music on SoundCloud. Like the music I made. Okay. Hey, at least you didn't mess up and say Spotify. Ugh. Yeah, no, I hate Spotify. I mean, is it any surprise I'm a Tool fan? Or at least like old Tool. I'm not a fan of Neil Young's music, but I agree with him about the anti-Spotify train too. Fucking Neil Young ruined Crosby, Stills, and Nash. How dare he? No, and I get it. It's a fantastic deal for consumers. It's a terrible fucking deal for the artists. Like, let me put it this way. You would have been better off pirating their music in college. Right? You'd at least have better quality. Yeah, no, like, there's a thing that we shout out all the time. And keep in mind, technically, it's still better than no money. But, dude, Bandcamp, $300 from just 100 people downloading. Spotify, 1,200 from 100,000 people streaming. Right? If people just supported the artists they like, musicians would actually be able to afford to be full-time musicians. You know? Sorry. Just figuring out where to go eat with my nephew. I forget where he lives. But I would assume good seafood is just not something he gets much of. So we'll see. I stream 5 days a week. Do I have a full-time job? I do. I work for GitKraken as a developer advocate. So the fact that I'm showing off Kepler here, that's part of my job, man. But I work, like async. I work outside of business hours most of the time anyway. I go to meetups, I go to conferences, chat with y'all. I might be one of the most user-facing developer advocates out there. Right? My time spent talking to actual software devs is probably orders of magnitude higher than any other dev role. You pity me. I pity the fool. Like, yeah, nah, I'm okay with it. I seem amazing at what I do? I don't know. I don't know about that. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. I don't know. I do all right. I think there's always more that could be done. But yeah, I'm approaching that point in my career as a DevRel that I should probably start thinking about, other places. I do like GitKraken and the whole team and all that stuff, but, it'd be nice to get a proper raise by going to a new company. And I don't know, either jumping into more of like a DevRel lead kind of role or being underneath someone who's been doing DevRel for longer, because there's definitely a lot more I gotta learn. Like, I don't think I'm very good at the whole measurement and like understanding the funnel aspect of things. So I gotta work on that more. Which I think I'm getting like a lot of good experience here at GitKraken for as well. Which is again why I'm not too quick to jump. All right, so this is still kind of just running separate. We'll let that keep going. This one. Yep, applying that change. Good to go. So yeah, as far as like the work we got kicking off, it is these 3 things. And yeah, thank you for the bits, Mr. Shotless. Appreciate that. So yeah, the hydration optimization, that one's just running in the CLI, so we got to just let that chill. Let's double check on the turbo monitor. So this one still seems like we've got just something happening that is causing like way too much junk. It's causing our server to reset. We're having like major like drops in throughput. Yeah, I feel like the major fix is maybe somehow double checking with the Blue Sky team and asking if it would make sense and be acceptable if we added a second account just for hydration. But I mean, like, look at it. We jump up to like 90 a second. It's just not sustained. Right? And if we could just maintain that 90 messages per second, we would actually be able to work through this source lag. Like that jumped us up when it hit the 90s for a sustained rate by about like 60 or 70 seconds worth of source lag. But then boom, we just see it like tank. So something's up here, right? Like, I want to hear its theories about what it thinks the actual fixes would be. All right, so we still got that bug. Definitely this is the last song on the album, so let's skip that. And let's find a better one. Maybe this one? Okay, now it's idle. All right, so here's the hypotheses ranked. All right, so hold on. What happens in here? Let's look at this. All right, so samples and interval seconds. All right, so that script is going to run for like 30 minutes, which should capture pretty much everything we're looking for there. So that should not be the issue. Yeah, no worries, Mr. Shotless. Oh, and you're in Portugal too? Yeah, man. I was really hoping my talk would have been accepted for Git merge, because then free flight to Portugal, paid for by the company, by my company, right? Wouldn't have cost them a dime at Git merge, but no, I didn't get accepted. Oh well. I know. I'm sad about it too. I thought the odds were high because they even like mentioned us in their like version control benchmark. Right? They even mentioned Git bench. But nope. So Git at OpenAI makes sense. Git meta, the Git notes we deserve. Evolving Git for the next decade. Yeah, I find it interesting that they didn't even do lightning talks this year. These were all just like full length talks. To be announced, though. Hmm. It seems to me like the majority of these people are actually on the Git committee. Interesting. Hmm. Then yeah, Octobus. So Mercurial talk for Git merge. Huh. Rust in Git though, that'll be a good one. Interesting. Details coming soon. Details coming soon. Like, dude. I get it. It makes sense, but huh. All right. But yeah, I do need to find more conferences, like, international ones that are worth applying to. God, we're just waiting for this script to finish, though. But yeah, later, Shotless. Have a good one. I'll at least discuss with this thing a bit more. God. Dude. That scroll bug is super annoying. Like, super annoying. All right, let's double check. Dude, the fact that these implementation tasks are just like running hot and heavy. Pretty cool. All right, so then let's check some of this. Give me a sec. We need to grab our password to log in. All right, two-factor auth time. Oh, error quota exceeded. Give me the full damn output. Stop truncating. I want this whole thing. Let me copy it. How do I get the full trace for copying in Sentry? Like, what the fuck, dude? JSON tab. Yeah, so we most likely have some really slow queries that we need to optimize. So yeah, we're definitely using Oban, which is probably a big part of like the heavy background job stuff. So yeah, we'll let that just keep hacking along. All right, so hold on. Sample video recorded. Nice, Brainless. Sample for what? Oh, there you go. Oh, get out of my ears, singer. All right, let's see what this had to say. Where is this being served from? Uh, it's not dashboard, it's... Yeah. Let's just go look at the source code. Oh, dev dashboard. That's it. Uh, Let me do this real quick. Shit, now I gotta go log into Doppler. All right. Aha, okay. Hey, there we go. All right, so let me just close Doppler. We can show this.
What's it for? Well, nothing.
Uptime, that's just since our last deploy, so that's fine. Let's look at ectostats. So, yep, right, no null indexes. I'm pretty sure keyword lens results is just incorrect. We have an index for that. All right, our cache hit ratios are fine. I feel like we could optimize this a bit better, but it doesn't look terrible to me. Okay, so we've got a few things that seem like the issue. Right, so over here, and I guess, hold on, let's double check in here. So I have some theories to check here real quick. Right, I think that would just be like P-SQL or hold on. Yeah, we can just do this. That is even simpler. Okay, so let me do this then.
Swing, swing.
So it seems like the .env didn't get loaded because that should be higher than 22. So my guess is pool size might not actually be... Oh, hold on. What if I do this in Doppler? Yeah, exactly.
Swing, swing.
Okay, so we see 40 now. And that should at least fix the sentry issues, right? Yeah, what is that C supposed to be meaning? Oh, is there any way to fix that? Oh. I get it. The star was freaking me out, but the star is just like the ASCII for 42. I don't think I ever knew that, but I probably should. So at least we got that going for us, which is nice. Now if we go to metrics here. All right, so that seems fine, right? The connection pooling didn't seem to exhaust any stuff. Our memory is sitting at a good point. All right, so this is for the jet stream. Oban's limited to 10, but before we only had 20 total. So 10 connections from Oban is exhausting like half of what we had. So now with Oban being 10 still and 40 being our limit, we should have a lot more room. I think that makes sense. All right, so then let's go back to the dashboard. That one's still ticking. We see this one. All right, so it looks like this one is for which Kepler task is this? Okay, so that's the dashboard part. So then this part is for the Hono implementation. Okay, so as far as the MCP server stuff, we have the Hono MCP server that was scaffolded. We probably need to get that deployed out to staging. The dashboard changes are going to need some work, which is a separate thing. But we should be at a point where we can actually test and validate the MCP stuff on Thursday, right? Because I think that's a bit much for today. This one that's ticking, though, let's double check that, right? Creating the proposal. Let's double check this. That one seems fine. So, yeah, we are spiking here CPU-wise. They were totally right that we do have like an N+1 query problem from the Hacker News stuff. And yeah, some other batching should help solve things. Separated repos? It's not a bad idea, too. I mean, as long as we have the Oban limited, I think we're okay. And actually, let me double check that. I thought we did have an Oban repo. No, yeah, oban.repo. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe that's just something that gets created for us. Yeah, I think that's just separate. All right, so we'll create a separate proposal for those two fixes. All right, let's verify model. Let me get another Elm going. Sure. And you know what? I don't need to cook anything because I got the sushi. Let me grab some water, and I'm going to grab my sushi, and we're going to eat that while we're chilling and watching this. I also got to use the restroom, but I'll be right back. You know, it's only 7:30, and I want to get some of this done. I want this turbo stream thing fixed and deployed. All right, and I'm back. Oh. Oh, that's why. All right, so it wasn't free. I just had extra credits. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Let me get more music going. I forgot that album ended. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering where the hell that usage was coming from. Forgot that we had added open code credits. So let me do this real quick.
Saddle up, partner.
Duh. Okay. Yeah, so that makes way more sense. So yeah, no, open code didn't vibe that part. Never mind. Not even close. We just had credits that I forgot we had. And then we exhausted those. And now we added more just because we're in the middle of a session. Just how they get you. But all right. So, grabbed me some sushi. Grocery store sushi. But I trust the grocery store. I trust the people that make it. It is grocery store sushi, though. I'm not just razzing you. All right, so yeah, I want to see this kick off. We're going to stop burning tokens for the sake of burning them here after this task. I'm a little surprised by how much like usage we got out of that, which is pretty cool. Forgot what I dislike about this company's like grocery store sushi though. The rice is a bit firmer than it should be. Mm. And the chunks of cucumber are a bit too big. As far as the rainbow roll goes. All right, so model-wise, wait, why is it? Why is it not seeing the open spec stuff? All right, so the next thing we're doing right here is I want to see how much the Kimi K3 eats into our Olama plan. Ah, shit. Did we not create the proposal? Uh... How do we get back to the session? And then how do we resume? -S. Yeah, we didn't actually, we weren't in an open spec context, so it didn't know what we meant by that. So then, how's this one doing? Right, so non-goals. Yep. Okay, this could be a good option there. Yeah, we did. And you know, it did some good stuff. All right, so yeah, that's not burning too quick now. All right, so then all the way to the bottom here. Okay, so now that is done. So now we can do pi, and now we can do the auto research, or not auto research. We can apply that change. All right, so this is going to do the Kimi K3 using our Olama subscription. We're already at 3%. Dude, Kimi K3 is heavy. 12 requests, and we're already at 3% usage for our session. But yeah, Ox Alpha is good. If we look at Gitbench, it has a pretty tight window. At max effort, it gets a 96%, which is like way up there. Dude, the fact that Gemini Flash gets such a high score on Git stuff is crazy. But this is the most interesting part, right? Ox Alpha on like the website claims that it does structured output, but we got 0. Like it didn't pass a single test because it didn't give us any structured output. So I find that interesting. Yeah. Saturated benchmark? No, not at all. This is just the top 20. Oh. Interesting that select all selects what you've queried. But no, there's definitely plenty that fail miserably. In fact, Claude Fable is one of them. And I wouldn't consider it saturated until they're all hitting 100%. GPT 120B. Hold on, it's in there somewhere. OSS 120B right there. Does pretty good on text output, pretty miserable on JSON output. And I think another thing, even within like the higher margin, right? If we look at just text, there's still some that have massive disparities between like their none and like high max effort kind of stuff. So even if like the top 20 is hitting some kind of like diminishing returns, we still get to see that the variance between effort levels matters quite a bit. But yeah, in general, if you just make sure you do at least low reasoning for most models, you get out pretty well. So like Inkling Small, just give it low effort and you get 98% forget stuff, which is pretty good. But yeah, you're right. Like this benchmark is kind of hitting its upper limits. It does still give us insight into new models, though, that aren't performing the way we expect them to. Like here, you know, DeepSeek V4 Pro blows it on none. Doesn't hit the 100% or even like 98. That's pretty new, though. Then we see, you know, Sonnet 5. You know, not saturated yet. I think the like Opus 5 actually way down here. So this isn't just like a linear, like, oh, which is a newer versus older model. Dude, even some of the new ones out of like Frontier Studios do kind of shit at get stuff. Right? But Fable being this low is kind of crazy, isn't it? Kimmy K3 also being that low. Kind of crazy. But yes, we will need to figure out like a Getbench V2 or something, right? You know, stuff that increases the complexity of the problems and, you know, helps us identify like harder problems for them to solve. But yeah, if you're curious, here's a link. You can go check it out. All right, let's double check. How's our usage here on Olama? We're already at 20%. Yeah. They're already letting us know, like, dude, you're going to burn through. I'm okay with it. We can't do a lot of stuff concurrently, but we can at least kick off one task we care about with Kimmy K3. I'm just waiting for GLM 5.3. This one's GLM 5.3 on open code. I'm just so surprised that Olama hasn't gotten it. Like, didn't they just get invested in? Why are they moving so slow? Right? They raised 88 mil. So yeah, I find that interesting. These are definitely not the fastest ones, right? Like GLM 5.3 and Kimi K3 could definitely be faster. Just want to push this one up. But yeah, how's everyone doing? Just curious about this. What the hell is a GTM engineer? Is that like a HubSpot role? That's going to be my guess. Yeah, pretty sure that's like a living in HubSpot role. Ugh. But yeah, if you are down in the Palo Alto area and you're a fan of Olama, I'm always skeptical of a company that doesn't list salary. But I don't know. Could be fun. Go C and C++. All right, so they got like a few different roles. This one seems like it would be more like, yeah, the infrastructure. Yeah. The app role seems the most compelling for, I think, most of this audience, right? Theoretically can't, but that also poses the point that, right, what's the name of the law? Like, you get promoted to your level of incompetence. For most engineers, manager is that level of incompetence. What's the name of that law, though? The Peter Principle, that's it. Yeah. And this is not me judging. I think I am probably a bad manager as well. I do think it's something I could learn. Like, I've been a team lead. That's a different thing. That's barely management. That was more just like senior pair programming with juniors kind of stuff. All right, so hold on. When does our Sentry quota reset. At our current rate, we would have 236,000 events. Yeah. So I guess we'll wait till next month. Nah, we should have resolved a bunch of that stuff way sooner. That's on me. So your chat is 10 to 20 seconds delayed? Interesting. So Kent, I do not personally think that managing a bunch of AI agents is even remotely the same as being like a people manager. It's not even close. All right, the overlap between those two things, I consider it almost zero. In fact, I would probably put it closer to managing a bunch of agents is closer to what DevOps people have to do, right? Managing a bunch of different like builds, managing a bunch of different pipelines, you know, some of those things. You know, like you may have a bunch of experiments running because your build pipeline takes a long time. So you might kick off 4 or 5 different things concurrently and maintain, you know, like code separation between them. Right? So I would say what we've actually opted into more is like more of like a build process engineer, like DevOpsy kind of role. Way less of like a people manager role. And yeah, I would say it is similar to T3 code. We have different things we focus on. So T3 code, I feel like, is aimed more towards, you know, like the vibe coders and like hobbyists and maybe even like startup people that have less defined processes. Yeah, exactly, Ken. I would say we have moved from the agents are pets to agents are cattle approach. I think, yeah, dead on ball's accurate. Well, not even that, like more like DevOps growing up from ops. I think that's like the evolution. So not even just the management aspect, right? Not the human reports versus whatever. It's managing a server you care about, which is a pet, versus managing a bunch of ephemeral agents that you don't give a shit about. Right? That's like the closest thing. So like in general, at the beginning of AI, people would have like one session that they babied and managed and chatted with in long terms, right? Now, the evolution has moved way past that to smaller, ephemeral, you know, like one task agents and then sub agents within that. So I think we've moved from the pets or the cattle not pets. We've moved to the cattle not pets mentality for how we like orchestrate AI. I still think that has nothing to do with like human management though. But real quick, the big thing that I think kind of like at least tries to separate Kepler from T3 code, and I think, let me point this out. I'm going to say it right away. I think T3 code is way ahead of us and they ship way quicker than we do. Right? I'm really jealous of that. However, I think they have different focuses. And the idea that GitKraken is built more for people who work at companies that have already like defined like task management structures, right? Like sprint planning, etc. You're going to get all these things still assigned to you in a tool like Linear, Trello, Jira, whatever. And then you still need to like start work from those things. And I think that is like the biggest lack that T3 code has. It's not aiming for that approach at all, which is fine. Like, like niche down, figure out like, solve what your customers need. GitKraken is aiming at enterprise, whereas I think T3 code is aiming at individual developers. If that makes sense. Right, so then just looking at, let's clear the filters at least, and then we can see like all the PRs we could start work from. Like, do we want to start a review or address feedback? We could do that. Do we want to start new work from an issue in the planning phase? Sure, we could do that. But yeah, I think it's an interesting approach. I don't benefit from it nearly as much as someone at a proper enterprise would because, a lot of these PRs I have, I'm not going to be doing anything with them right now. A lot of these issues, well, yeah, most of them are in Linear, and we could start work for those things, like, totally separately. One thing that I consider a problem, though, is, like, we canceled this task, and it still shows us open, so we got bugs. Like, we got stuff we need to fix. My guess is that this is almost specifically like a Linear issue, because I think the GitHub stuff is fine. Yep. I wasn't the only person to report this. But I do believe they have fixed it. All right, so then I just want to double check this. Yep, and that issue just disappeared. Okay. I think that's the right approach for that. But yeah, one of the newest things that they introduced was this like agent graph. So being able to see like all the turns that were taken, the different sessions that were started for like one specific task is pretty interesting. And then we've got some others that are stalled because we need to do some more manual stuff. I really just wanted to get this finished and merged, but it's still fiddling. So we'll have to give that a sec. But then here we go. All right. So this one has given us a little bit of stuff. All right, so let's double check what we got staged here, right? We create this match context. All right, so we end up passing the context into stuff. Yep, match context seems fine. What's up, Fact Warrior? How you doing? Yep, and this is where we were fetching all that junk. I'm doing well, Fact Warrior. Okay. Sure, I'll take it. I just must have missed where that's happening. Oh, handle keyword match. All right, so handle keyword match is where that is. All right. Yeah, I missed that part. So then, yeah, we do the fan out. I'm going to call it all good. We can't commit it there. We got to switch to staging. Mm. Let's do another album. Yes, this fix is reduce per hit data fetching and keep metrics in memory. All right, we're gonna YOLO that up because why not? Allow. Damn, so that one got hung up. Okay, so this theoretically increases the amount of requests per second, but still under our 10 quota, which is ideal. Yep, we'll let that push up. Let me check how is our Olama stuff going. Oh, buddy. Yeah. But that was all in here, and this one's done. So, dude, yeah, Kimmy K3, choose up the usage, dude. But we're gonna reset so soon, it's not a big deal. I'm waiting on them to get GLM 5.3. Right? Because GLM 5.3 performs basically at the same level as Kimmy K3, but at like far less tokens. And theoretically far less cost, but let's double check that. And maybe not less tokens, but at least cost-wise, because it's just a smaller model. So we see Kimmy here, 25K output tokens. I am not... Oh, there we go. We see GLM. So GLM consumes a shitload of tokens, though. Interesting. So it's like cost difference ends up being pretty similar just because of the token burn. Now, what I'd be curious about is the difference between GLM 5.3 max and GLM 5.3 high. Oh, that's why it did a fresh work tree. Oh. So it's running some benchmarks there. We'll let it go. All right, it's just like finishing and validating. And the big thing is we want to see some higher throughput over here, right? Because we are not catching up at all. And that's a huge problem. But yeah, let's close some of these. And yeah, we want to validate that in prod here. I feel like our CPU usage is directly tied. Yeah, dude, our CPU usage is so much directly tied to the fire hose fetching. But yeah, as far as these, that staleness is totally fine, right? 30 seconds, not a big deal. All right, so what was the biggest changes in here? Or what were the biggest changes? And realistically, this So yeah, most of this feels like just test implementation stuff. Where's the actual work? Okay, so here in coordination. Wait, did that reset on us? That's annoying. All right, so yeah, another test there. Baseline JSON. That's not anything we care about. Oh, that's right. So yeah, switching back to the parallel, which I think is fine. But yeah, these benchmarks do take a while, so we may just leave that for now. I think this is probably a good point to leave off for the night. Yeah. Wednesdays are typically my day off. So I will probably not be on this channel tomorrow. I'll probably be on the gaming channel tomorrow. But I will not be doing like the late night gaming, or not late night, but just like the night gaming with James and Worm, because I'm going to go get dinner with my nephew. But then we'll be back here on this channel on Thursday. Let me look at calendar stuff. Yes, Thursday. Yeah, we got stuff to do, which is fine. But yeah, we should be able to start here at about 1 on Thursday. So no big deal there. Friday, I might be able to do a nice long stream. Pretty light on the meetings tomorrow. And ooh, the cold air just kicked in. Ooh. Yeah, some colder weather is rolling in here in Washington, and I am all for it. But who do we want to go raid? I need to refresh. All right, so we haven't raided Rufio in a while. Oh, BeginBot got the Primogen raid. Nice. All right, so we're going to go raid Hello, It's Rufio. Looks like they're doing a bunch of, like, drawing stuff right now or something. I see a spider. I don't know what that is. But yeah, let's go see what they're up to. And yeah, I will be on the gaming channel tonight, and I'll be on the gaming channel tomorrow, and then I'll be back on this channel on Thursday. So I'm going to bid farewell to the Twitter and the YouTube first. Later Twitter, later YouTube.